Hello, hello, everybody. I hope you guys are doing well. We are going to be making a video game today.
Yeah, they're missing a sweet number or something.
We're going to be doing this from start to finish. Not all in one day, so it's probably going to take a little bit of time. And I'm probably going to integrate this into my stream a little bit, my streaming schedule specifically. And I'll kind of work out the details over the next couple of days, but I'm thinking at least 2 to 3 days out of the week are going to be designated to making this video game. But sit back, relax, enjoy, and here we go. First thing we're going to be doing is making the projects. This is pretty much straightforward, very simple. I'm just going to create a project name and its file location. It's relatively straightforward. I mean, it's just got to figure out what the heck I'm going to name the damn thing. Since we're going for a space-based, I guess like ship shooter is what I think we're going to be making, at least the direction I'm heading. We're probably going to name it something along those lines. I don't know exactly what the exact title is going to be, but we're going to just call it Space Game for now. We can rename it later. But we're just going to start it off by calling it Space Game. No spaces because they hate spaces in points for some reason, in periods. I'm going to call that Space Game. We're going to build the file location. New folder. Oh, that duplicated. Hold on. Okay.
Well,
make sure this is empty.
Check this out. So here's my search in this PS. I've got 75 South Broad up with the
that would do it. New folder. And we'll call it Space Game. Space Game. Perfect. Alrighty, so we're just going to select this folder here, and we're going to make sure that we select 3D Universal Project, and then we're going to go build this puppy. Alright. So, to start, very first thing we're going to be doing, we're going to be essentially optimized. We're going to build our scenes for the baseline. I'm not really going to call it a gameplay loop, but the path of progression through the game. So, TLDR, the goal is you have your matchmaking lobby, you have your game itself, which is going to be your match, basically. And maybe there's some more sophisticated match loop down the line, but just we're going to build essentially the game first. Then we're going to build the the front end, if that makes sense. So it's going to be like your loading screen at the very beginning where you first load into the game, your main screen, everything below that, if that makes sense, in between there. Then eventually we're going to transition into building the multiplayer framework, because this is going to be a light multiplayer game. I'm not sure whether we're going to use designated servers like most video games, or we're going to use more of the Black Ops 2 style kind of design, where they use a essentially they use a contains one or more depreciated packages. Do you want to open package manager? Open package manager. We'll deal with that in a second. But Oh, I lost my train of thought here. Hold on, give me a second. Oh yeah, Black Ops 2 style where you have your host as one of the players instead of being entirely up to. We're just gonna update that. I don't even know what that is. We'll just update it because it's depreciated. Visual scripting, we're gonna update. Visual Studios editor needs to be updated. Okay. Sorry, we're just kind of getting everything situated here. Okay, so it looks like that one did update properly. Perfect. Just gonna make sure everything's perfect.
Well,
All right, I think we're good to go there. So we're gonna go into our project over here. We're actually gonna delete this sample scene because we don't need that sample scene. Create new scene. Scene. I'm just gonna call this not, yeah, I guess matchmaking lobby's fine. Too long. We're gonna call it MM lobby. Underscore lobby. Okay. And then we're gonna create a new scene. Once we're gonna load this. Don't save. Okay. Now we're gonna go and create another scene in here. And we're going to call this scene essentially game lobby.
okay, guys, so I've already signed them off with this.
Game lobby, we're gonna slide that to the right actually though. Okay, so this should be, I'm gonna create a folder here. We're gonna call this game maps. We're not gonna drag game lobby in here yet because game lobby is just gonna be essentially a prefab derivative, which when we build our scenes, everything kind of will draw from that. So this is probably actually going to be a prefab here. So when well, I don't even know if I can do that with this. But it's fine. Game maps are going to be basically in the game maps folder because we're going to have custom game maps, which are going to be a little bit different and kind of do their own thing. Okay, so now we're gonna just go in here. We're gonna add a new folder. We're gonna call this prefabs. We're gonna create a new folder. We're gonna call this one scripts. We're gonna go into our scripts folder. We're gonna add a folder here. And we are going to call this controllers. We're going to create another folder in here. We're going to call this managers. we're going to create another folder and we're going to call this controllers, managers, asset scripts. So it's going to be asset scripts, controllers, managers, and then at some point, if we have something more sophisticated, we'll call them miscellaneous because I couldn't be me. But so I think that's kind of going to be the template for the scripts there. We'll build our more sophisticated prefabs in here. We'll put folders as needed. But for now, we're going to begin by actually going into, I think we're going to go into our scripts folder. And we're going to create a new script here called optimize application. Or application optimization, I think is what we're going to call it. App underscore optimization. Oh Lord, I can't spell. App optimization. This is basically going to be the script that is controlling frame rates, your standard like graphics, all that type of stuff, and anything else that we may or may not be dealing with at a later date. So we're going to open this up in here. Now I'm just going to quickly go into, I think it's this one here. Perfect. Okay. And then, hold on, we're just going to go over to Twitch. There we go. Okay, yes, we're going to allow that. I'm going to essentially create a void set graphics. This is not really going to be efficient, but we're going to just start this out by getting it on paper first. That's a typo. Actually, that does not look right. App config. This is going to actually be void app config, which is just going to be your application configuration. Holds all application application settings. Okay. Perfect. If application is playing, perfect. We're just actually going to remove this and we're going to set that like that. Public float. Public. This is going to be a public float here. We're just going to essentially make a reference to, hold on, why? Okay, so we do have this node. And this is going to essentially be your graphics. No. P.x. No, pixels. I'm not sure if I want to call it pixels per inch or whether I want to call it pixels per inch. Yeah, PPI dot, they would don't like PPI underscore X. And then we're going to do PPI dot underscore Y. That should work, I think. Okay, so we're just going to call this application framework void There we go. So we're gonna basically make PPI dot X equal to X Y. It's gonna be application dot width. Perfect. Screen dot width. And then we're gonna make perfect. All right. So if application is playing, private bool. We're gonna call this private bool custom custom graphics enabled. Okay. I'm gonna do and application, no, and custom graphics enabled false. Okay, so we're gonna do screen dot looking for it. Should be set resolution. There we go. equals PIX, comma, PPIY, comma, full screen. That's a bool. I'm not looking for the bool version. I'm looking for the physical version. Let's get this right here. Okay, so wants it to be an int. My bad. We can just update these to be ints and solve that problem. Okay. Now then, here comes the fun part. Public. Public int frame rate should be fine. So we're gonna basically put a little if statement in here that basically says if custom graphics enabled equals false, and scene manager dot, I think it's not active scene, get active scene this shit. Active scene does not equal is this gonna work? I'm not sure if this is gonna work. Scene dot scene by name. We're going to put a string in here called this might not work. I'll have to update this. No, this isn't gonna work. Because when I have multiple scene names, it's just not going to be efficient here. I'm probably going to have to make the scene manager have a basically a it's gonna have to have a something to essentially tell this loop right here that it's not supposed to do that. Okay, All right, hold on. Let's go over here to scenes. Let me make sure I get the proper scene here. We will make sure to come back and fix this later. Let it compile the scripts here. Give it a second. Take your time, buddy. Take your time. Yes, I know there's an issue. We're gonna just tag game lobby here. Okay, let's me to update that game. Application. Target frame rate equals. Wait. Excuse me. That's in the wrong place. Equals 30 for non-game lobbies, and we're going to essentially duplicate this. Control C, Control V. And then we are going to say if this equals frame rate equals minimum of 60 unoptimized. Okay. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Now then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go down here, application, target frame rates equals frame rates. Okay. And we're gonna do if application is playing and custom frame rate equals true. And we're gonna build that. We're gonna build that, but we're not gonna finish it. Perfect. And that will give us a that there. Okay, so now we're going to start building out the units necessary for essentially our custom settings. Go down a little bit. Public pool. This is going to be is Okay, we're gonna call this full screen. So if if is full screen, stupid autofill. If is full screen true equals true, play this out. Should copy this in here. All right. Now here comes the interesting part. I'm not entirely sure how I want to play this part out though. Because we haven't officially built the settings screen yet. So until we actually officially build the settings screen, these are mostly just going to be placeholders. Hmm. Let's just do another bool for now. We're gonna do a custom frame rate. Is custom frame rate. These are ints, so we're gonna kind of try to pull these together, I guess. All right, so we're gonna go over here. How do I want to do this? Let's do this. Let's create an int in here called custom frame rates. So then we're going to go in here into framework. We're going to say if custom frame rate equals true, we're going to make custom frame rate equal to custom frame rate. Frame rate equals custom rate. Okay. think that's fine for now. A little bit redundant, but that's fine. Okay, so screen.resolution equals this. Screen. Oh, this is what I need to do. If is full, dang it. If is full screen equals false, no. Equals true, or if no is custom frame rates equals oops, it true, and we'll just kind of build this as needed, but we're gonna actually make this make custom graphics enabled equals true. Perfect. Okay. I think functionally that's okay. All right, so we're going to save this. We're going to make a prefab called application controller now. And we're going to go into prefabs. We're going to create an empty game object called application application manager. We're going to attach this script. So we're going to attach this manager script to this. Okay. So now I should double check that application configuration. Perfect. This should be a public, not this one, but these are just baseline right now. We're gonna actually build this out more later, but okay. This is looking funny here. I need to start building this into a functional script here though, so do I need this to be called once, or do I need this to be called an update? It looks like, for the sake of simplicity, I don't want to call this an update. If else. So just kind of put this out here just to protect this here, because yeah, because that would be kind of awkward if it's actually very important. And it's very important that we have that. Just a level of redundancy. We don't want anything floating out if we're going to be putting it in the update section. Okay, so application. Framework is going to be run in update here. Just because this needs to be tracked regularly. This one here should only need to be run on start, I think. Nope, update, because of this one down here. I stand corrected. Application config. Application config. Perfect. So it's going to be Control S. So we're going to save that. That should be building in our game. Perfect. All right. So
Okay.
for now, this should be fine.
Seal the doors.
For now, this should be fine. We haven't really built the framework for having your settings be full screen, be essentially made true or false, but we will make that at some point. I'm not entirely sure when, but we're going to play it by ear. Now, that being said,
Okay.
we're going to now move into our next piece here.
Okay, very good. Thanks. All right.
We're going to go into our game. So we have our application manager, and this should really only be holding this script for now. So we're going to drag this into our prefabs. Perfect. Okay. Oh. We're in game lobby though. Let's run this and test this though. So we're gonna go to stats. Okay. Perfect. So this is running at 60 FPS right now, so that's actually working perfectly. Now let's go into our scenes. We're gonna go over here to matchmaking and I'll save. Perfect. Matchmaking lobby. We're gonna go into our prefabs. We're gonna attach this script here. And then we're gonna attach this prefab here, and then we're gonna hit play. So this should work. Yeah. So we're floating around 30 FPS here, which is perfect. All right. Okay. Now we're going to essentially make a player controller right now. Actually, no. We're gonna make the ship driver controller. Mono behavior. ship driver calling it a driver doesn't really sound right. Ship pilot. I am not. We're just gonna call it IO let. Doesn't look right. That's why. Okay, pilot. Okay. So we're actually gonna close this one down. Oh, I accidentally closed the wrong one. Oops. Let's actually run that update here quickly. I didn't even know they launched 2026. So we're just gonna quickly run this installer and this installation while we wait. Um, yeah, this is wonderful. This is just absolutely wonderful. Standard service. I hope the install doesn't take too long. The door's closed. It's all the way closed, yeah. Okay, I'm mildly regretting starting this install, but that's fine. We'll just focus on, I guess, let's actually go over to. I shouldn't have updated it, honestly. Oh well. Yeah, oh well. Okay. I guess while we're waiting on that, we'll go into Blender and we'll begin the process of making the ship. Or at least one of the ships. We're gonna call this the Corvettes. Base. Corvette base. Add mesh cube. It's going to be the bottom base hole. Bottom hole. Yeah. exactly the hole, but like it's fine. Just call it the hole for now. Okay. Now we go into Blender. Here, we're going to go into edit mode. So I'm going to select this one side here. Pretty. So that's going to be your baseline of the bottom of the hole right there, and then everything's going to be kind of built out from that, I think. So we're now going to select this here and extrude up. We're going to extrude out into the So we're going to extrude this outward because this is going to be responsible for your firing ports here. Huh. Perfect, actually. Somehow exactly the way I wanted it, even that wasn't what I was planning at all. Okay, so that's going to be basically your bottom of your core bed hole. And then what we're going to do is we're actually going to kind of tug this in because I don't need it to be that long. Yeah, right about there. Right about there. Okay. And then we're going to extrude this up. To about there. This is going to be actually our cube here. Now we're going to kind of inset these faces here. I wonder if I get away with this. It's going to be your basically your main corridor right there. Here comes the fun part. Select this face, select this face, delete faces. Let's go into line edit mode. Ooh, hold on. Point edit mode actually. Oh no, Josie. Make sure that just these two are selected. Join the fate. There. Essentially build our faces inward here. Installation complete. Perfect. So that's going to be main corridor alpha of the ship. And then this should kind of protrude outward. Oh, Jesus, what did I just do? There we go. Okay, so let's actually only select these. Extrude this out. Oh, doesn't work. So this is going to be firing port number 1, I guess. Select these here. It's going to be an entry point. There, right about there. I think that should be proportionally correct. I'm not sure exactly how we're going to do that. We'll work on that later. It's fine. For now, at least. So basically, we're going to start building a ship at some point right here. This is just like baseline template for your Corvette right here. So this is going to be an entry door. So I'm actually going to select these here. And we're going to go to the inset face marker. Huh. Wait. Maybe not. Like that. Actually, yeah, that should be fine. So it's going to be your hatch right there. Oh, wait, hold up. I did something wrong here. I was like, wait a minute. Why does that not look right? I didn't select both of the faces, so... Kind of want to scale it in, though. That's the thing. Wait. Okay, that makes sense. Alright, now let's go over here and let's select this. Courtesy mode here. We'll deal with that later. We're gonna go back to the game. Because that's just gonna be a pain in the ass to deal with later. Alright. now that that's been fixed, we're going to go and we're going to go open up the ship pilot controller. Okay, this is where it's going to be fun. Yeah. All right. So void ship movement. Yeah. Okay, and then we're gonna have void ship. We're going to have void lock targets. Okay, and then we're gonna have void void switch target. Okay, so these are just gonna be relatively simple if movements, if then statements. If void void assign ship. Yeah. All right. So now from here, we're gonna go and we're gonna start. We're gonna create a public game object. Public game object. We're gonna call it key. PL underscore ship. Okay. PL ship. Yeah. Now we're gonna go down and we're gonna call this a hello there, Hoogie. How's it going? How have you been? I'm gonna call this currently making a video game right now. Feel free to sit back and enjoy, man. I'm doing well. How are you? I'm doing well, man. I'm glad you're doing good too. Um, float, I guess. Yeah, so currently making a video game. It's gonna be essentially a starship shooter. Um, PvP. Um, and work in progress, but we're just kind of building everything out right now, if that makes sense. Um, the best way I could describe it is think Star Wars ships. How soon can I pre-order? Oh man. See, that's the thing. We just started, bro. We just started. So I don't even know. I mean, it's more gonna be of a hobby thing anyways. I mean, once it gets functional and working, then we'll start talking about, pre-order dates and pricing and all that type of stuff. But right now, I'm just focused on making the game good, you know? But it all depends on how fast I can work. But this is going to be done relatively live, probably 2 to 3 days out of the week. So it's actually going to eat into my gaming schedule a little bit, but it is what it is. We're gonna have I guess we could make them private if they're fixed. But for now, we're just gonna call it a public float. Float. Velocity. But yeah, man, so I mean it's a work in progress. So if we're lucky, maybe we'll be done in a year or two. If we're unlucky, and or more accurately, I get stuck, maybe a little bit longer, but I don't really know. I haven't This is going to be very streamlined, not very complex, but it's going to be as realistic as we could possibly make it be for like a space shooter. So, actually, hold on, we're going to call this velocity X. No, no, velocity forward. Score F. Okay, and then we're going to basically put a velocity hmm, forward, lateral, lateral. Um, but so how have you been? How's your gaming been, by the way? Public floats. Oh, it's just that. It's stupid debugging that it does. It basically will anticipate this. Um, I'm going to call this velocity lat. I'm going to call this FWD. We're going to call this velocity lat, and then we're going to call this velocity not long, we're going to call this vert. I think that's how we're going to do that. Okay. Okay. Public float. R underscore roll. Public float. Yeah. Public float hitch. Perfect. Actually, that actually works out great. Okay. Now we're going to go down here and we're going to create. Where are there two errors? Oh no, there's no errors. Never mind. Okay, so we're going to do void forward. Oh wait, what am I doing? Oh my god, I just did something stupid. I've never been so disgusted in my life. Why would I do that? Not a comma. Alright, so what we need to do is we need to actually put a cube placeholder. Let's make this an empty called ship. We're going to add a child of that, which is going to be a 3D object that is a cube. We are going to scale that cube to be essentially 2 on the x. The x. Three on the y, 2 on the y, 3 on the y, and then we're going to do 8 on the on the z. Now we're going to attach this main camera to said ship. We're going to call this edit. I'm going to rename this to be called pilot camera. And then we're going to make this a child of the ship. Yeah. Under. What the did we do? Okay, there we go. Perfect. All right. So now we have that in there. So we're also going to make a public game object called pilot camera. Pilot cam. Okay. So forward. Oh shoot! I need to add the rigid body. B. Perfect. Okay. So we're gonna actually select this cube here. We're going to add a rigid body. Rigid body. Okay, we're gonna have. We'll deal with the collision detection later. So RB dot add force. Add force. Huh. How do I want to do this? Oh, oh, that would do it. Hold on. I realized what I did wrong. So we need to void velocities. I was trying to figure out why my brain was literally having a stroke. Okay, so let's say that the velocity forward equals ten times time delta time. Okay, let's just say that that's just going to be like that for now. And let's say, actually, we don't want lateral and vertical. Do we? Maybe. Maybe. No. we won't assign those for now. What we're going to do is we're going to do vertical velocity lat equals, we're going to just call this 0 for now. And then we're going to just do velocity vert equals 0 times the delta time. Just because I don't think I'm going to need these if I have the proper rotational force, if that makes sense. So then what we're going to do is we're going to take this, and we're going to do RB add force. I'm going to do velocity vertical oh, this is going to be fun. Velocity vertical. So assuming we're facing the x, 0, 0. So that's going to apply our vertical force along the x-axis. So let me just make sure that we are actually facing the x-axis. Nope. Looks like it's the z-axis. There. Okay, so we're going to actually move this velocity vertical, velocity vert. This is going to be lat, it looks like lat. And this is going to be velocity vert. There we go. Okay. So I guess that works. Now, we go to ship movement if get input dot get key down, not key code escape, W. Okay. Forward. Void. RB at force. We're going to make this a negative velocity vert. Wait, wait. FWD. Okay. So that should take care of that. It looks like that's functional. And then we're going to add a way to dive. Void slime. Okay. Void left. Void right. Void roll. And void right. There. Okay. That should be good. Yeah. I'm not sure if I should use a rotational force or not, but RB dot I'm surprised there's no rotational force. Not right. Something's not right. Let's look for it. There's move rotation. Well, I don't particularly have a solution for that. We're just gonna basically not do it that way, I guess. So, you want to go down. If input dot equal D, yeah, the forward thing is not really gonna work. Hold on. We're actually gonna have the dive be the D button. Shift? No, 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 no. Do this. Okay, so if we got the key card, if what? Never trust the autofill. I swear to God. Okay, so we're gonna have this go here. If key down, key code D. RB dot rotation hold on. So let's say that like rotation is not greater than 360, 180. 360 would be about 180. And and RB dot rotation is less than, no, that's greater than, less than or equal to, less than or equal to 180 60 60. Let's dive. not equal max dive. Greater than huh. This is not working. Hold on. Let's see here. I'm looking for a Okay, so we'll come back to that. We need to add a constraint to this, but I'll figure that out later. So let's just say RB rotation equals 0 plus 10 times delta time dot delta time. Ah, okay, hold on. Let me just set rotation. So move rotation. Okay, one step at a time here. So let's go into dive. For me, I haven't really worked with rotation that much, so second here, rotations. No. Okay, so we're gonna do Oh my God. Okay, so this is absolutely causing me to struggle here. New question dot. I don't remember whether they're supposed to be floats or we're gonna have to look into that. I hope so, man. I hope so. I'm currently stuck on quadrants right now, and it's kicking my ass. But basically, what I'm going to be making is a PvP space game, like space shooting game. Not like Star Citizen per se, but like I'm trying to think of the best example of a ship fighting PvP game. It would be like World of Warships, but in space, but more complex. Honestly, that would be the best way to phrase it. Um, but right now, I am stuck on rotation, and this is a new one because I haven't gotten stuck on rotation in a minute. So, Elite Dangerous? Maybe. Hold on, I haven't looked at that before, so let me take a look. Elite Dangerous. Mm, maybe a dumbed down version of Elite Dangerous. Um, from what it looks like, this would be relatively close to what I would consider it, but it's actually like you're playing, you have a fire team and they're controlling the ship, if that makes sense. So it's very much you have a pilot who has long range fire capabilities. You have people who are essentially gunners, and it is a PvP ship based combat, if that makes sense. That's why, like I said, it's closer to like World of Warships because it's really not the same as World of Warships because everybody's doing their own thing as a unit, if that makes sense. So I don't really have a direct comparison, but it'd probably be a more advanced version of Elite Dangerous. That would be kind of the best way I could say it. But hold on, let me find my thing here. I guess I'll just start building the framework before. I don't know what jump ship is, so let me look at it. There's jump space. I don't know what jump ship is, and I don't see it on Steam, so it must be somewhere else. But oh, jump space. Oh, okay, that was the typo. Gotcha. Hold on, give me 2 seconds here. Um, jump space. Um, if you didn't have the boarding, yes, I would say maybe closer to jump space. Um, I would say something similar to that. That's actually probably one of the closest examples I've seen. Um, very similar to Jump Space, but it's you're not gonna have the boarding part of Jump Space, if that makes sense. It's very much centered on you have a crew of, let's say, 8 to 10 people. Definitely going to be somewhere around 8 to 10 in a fire team, because really these are basically these are very large ships that are specifically designed to do. Actually, it's very close to Star Wars combat, but not Star Wars combat in the sense of the video games, Star Wars combat in the sense of Star Wars, the Clone Wars. If you've ever seen the ships in Star Wars, the large ships in Star Wars, the Clone Wars, it's a lot like that, except you are everything's going to be a little bit more compartmentalized. So you're going to have your pilot's compartment, you're going to have your gunner 1, gunner 2, so on and so forth. And it's going to basically be a strafe fighter. So you're going to do a lot of long ranged. The best way I could say is that Star Wars the Clone Wars combat with a, I would say, Stellaris mentality, or maybe an Eve Online mentality, where each ship has its roles. Some are designed for more long range combat, some are designed for fighting maybe in medium to close range, and some are designed for close range. And this is basically uh, a PvP style ship based combat. And what you're going to be doing is essentially you're going to use the points that are earned from killing other ships to essentially get larger ships in the game. So it's going to have sort of a point based system. So not everybody's starting out with the big ship, right? So basically, you get points, and points are going to basically represent your monies, and your monies are going to be used to purchase these larger ships to help you in the fight. So basically, everybody starts off on an even playing field, but as you kind of go up, as the match kind of progresses, everybody gets these like heavier firepower, smaller ships, and these large, essentially dreadnoughts that are designed to slug it out at extreme distances, right? So it's basically going to be this very large ship-based combat, and each ship has 10 people in their thing, right? In their ship. Maybe a little bit less. It's probably going to have to be an odd number because one of you is going to be a pilot. But so probably, like, let's say 9 people in a fire team, or 7 people, or 5, or whatever, right? So you got your pilot and your gunners, and the goal is to have a reload mechanic, so you're not just firing the guns, you're reloading the gun, and then you're firing the gun. So it's going to have some advanced mechanics like that. And then it's going to basically be these large, like, I guess the best way I could phrase it, these large open space combat. And then there's going to be a couple, I hope to have a couple maps where you're kind of fighting around, like, I guess you would call it, what would you call them? Like space stations, but like, think large space stations. So you can have like defense missions, right? Where you're doing like point defense. So you have a team whose job is to eliminate the number of life points or whatever, right? Defend this space station from the attackers. and it's going to be very much a 3D environment kind of thing. So you can attack from above, you can attack from below, you can attack from behind and front. It's going to be crazy. I'm actually kind of looking forward to it. I think it would be fun to play myself. So that's kind of the goal. So like I guess the best way I could phrase it is when this is ready, which I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, I've hit a rock already with the controller. So I'm gonna have to do some research on that, figure that out. I don't know why. I honestly, I think I'm just rusty in programming. That's what I think it is. I think I haven't used rotation in so long. I've forgotten how to essentially, for lack of better terms, rotate an object in Unity. And if I don't use it, I lose it. So I think that's what's going on there. But so right now, there's a couple things I'm working on. We got this over here. And so the ship is going to be very much, I guess the term I would say is singular velocity. So it's going to be like space combat. So if you are, so huh, your ship is going to have your big engines, and you're basically going to have these micro, that's how I should do it, is I think I just solved the problem. We'll deal with that in a second. Um, but so I just hit something on Steam. Sorry. Minimize Steam. So let's say this is your ship, right? We're just gonna kind of realistically, we're just gonna say this is our ship right here. Um, and we're gonna pretend this is our ship for right now, just because I'm trying to visualize how mechanics in this game are gonna work, right? So you're gonna have your single velocity point at the rear, which is going to be propelling you in, I guess, a forward momentum that direction, right? So we're going to be heading towards the enemy. So let's say the enemy's over here. And to turn, right? Like you're going to be turning the ship, you're going to have this constant velocity while you're turning. So instead of, I guess the term I would say is think, actually, it's very going to be very close to like you're flying a plane, or you're flying with resistance, right? So you have this kinetic velocity that's propelling you forward. You want to turn left, so you have to push against that forward velocity to turn left. So if I want to go over this way to prepare myself for my teammates to be able to shoot from the right, right? You have to essentially have a your thrusters are going to have, you're going to have to fight that forward velocity. So the faster you're going, the harder it is going to be for you to turn, if that makes sense. So that's going to be one of the key things of the space combat is you have to kind of drop your velocity. So there's going to be like acceleration velocity, and then there's going to be combat velocity, because if you're going too fast, well, you lose all your maneuverability. So you can't maneuver if you're going too fast. So let's say there's a ship that's going slower than you, and you're going fast. Well, they'll be able to, in theory, get their guns trained on you before you get your guns trained on them. And if you realize that, oh, I'm not going to be able to get into a combat position in time, well, Here's the question. Are you going to try to slow down so that you can get into a fighting position, or maybe go past them and reposition, right? So there's a lot of those like intricate little 3D space kind of things that are going to be kind of implemented into the game in the long run. I'm just not entirely sure exactly how I'm going to implement it. But that's kind of the goal, right? So you have this ship right here. This ship is going to be essentially the main fight, like, well, I don't know what the hell I just said. Never mind. Forget that. But I think you get what I'm trying to say. You know, ship go pew pew, health reaches zero, a ship explodes, you gain points. You use those to either upgrade your current ship or to to get a larger ship in the match. And so at some point, you're going to have like three dreadnoughts, a bunch of smaller ships that are basically glass cannons, but they're extremely devastating against larger ships. And so that's going to be kind of how that plays out in the long run. For now, we're just kind of, I guess, for lack of better terms, building the space in the environment. And we're going to be building that space, and then we're going to be building the ships. So I'm not entirely sure which order I want to do this at the moment, but we're going to be kind of playing it by ear. So actually, hold on. I actually need to, let's actually hide this here. I think we're going to, yeah, just make that disappear. We're going to, I guess, delete the directional light. Perfect. And we're going to hide that there. But so that's kind of the goal, if that makes sense. I'm very, very poor at explaining how this works, but I'm doing what I can. Now, from here, I think we're going to start building the environment. So, let's go project settings. No, lighting. It's here. Oh, shoot. Did I just do what I think I just did? No, I'm not even sure what I did. We're going to have an environment script put in here. So this is the application manager. Let's go over here, and we're going to take a empty game object. Yes, yes, my child, come here. And we're going to call this environment manager. I think that's the way we're going to call this. We're going to call this an environment manager. So we're going to go into managers over here, and we're going to scripting. We're going to call this environment config. Yeah, there we go. And then from there, we are going to go into our actually, we're going to double click on it. Using Unity Engine. Since we're going to be basically doing this through code instead of through our standard light panel, I need to make sure I actually reference the proper setting in here. So it's gonna be in here somewhere. Project settings, maybe? Fix. Graphics. Huh. No, ain't in there. It's probably in somewhere stupid that I just haven't somehow managed to notice, and I'm giving myself an unnecessary headache. But when in doubt, try to locate the skybox. Because basically, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be referencing the skybox in our code. So let's just do this here, actually, just for the sake of simplicity. Void skybox setup. So basically, everything should be referenced via code. Because if we're not referencing it through the code, it's not really configured properly, in my opinion. I mean, I could definitely do it via the game engine, but Unity dots. Yeah. Skybox dots. Basically, look for. Wait. Hold on. Public skybox. Skybox. I think that's the way I'm going to want to do it. Skybox equals get component skybox. Skybox that enabled equals true. Skybox dot true dot color equals color dot black. Skybox dot material. God, no, 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 no. I'm looking for something particular here, and hold on. This might work. This might work. Hold on, give me a second here. So what we're gonna do is we're going to go into our scenes, go into our thing here. We're gonna go here. We're gonna have a folder called materials. I probably butchered the spelling on materials, but that's fine. So we're just gonna call this new material. We're gonna call this skybox. I don't know. Sky. Okay. I remember correctly. Use this, turn this material into a sprite, right? Default sprite material. I can basically turn this into this is an interesting question. So if I take the sprite texture and then I may have just done something interesting here and I'm not sure if this is gonna work. Let's play a game called Test the Skybox. With material sky. Okay, let's attach this to a script and we're going to cannot add the script component to config because the script class cannot be found. Make sure there are no compiler errors. Okay, so now when I go to essentially attach this environment script onto here, it's a mono behavior script though. What do you mean? Can't add script alignment because sure there are no compile errors in the environment. Environment config.cs. If I go into the game here and I look at the properties, okay, there may be your problem. It's that skybox does not exist. Wait, why is it under mobile instead of under... We really do need, I do need to figure out what the heck is going on with this here. Give me a second. You refuse. Ah, there we go. Okay. I don't know, but it somehow fixed itself. So, can I create a skybox? That's a good question. Yeah, I'm still like 95% sure that there is a error in this, but I'm not quite... Yeah, there's an error in that code. Because it's basically this right here. Okay. So we're gonna actually remove these here just because I know this is gonna suck. Okay, so we're just gonna do scene. Dots. Oh shit, hold on. In the wrong section. Scene dots. Well, that just goes to show how rusty I am. But hold on, it must be somewhere in here. It's funny because I remember it's in lighting. I just can't remember where lighting is. And that's what is just absolutely bothering the hell out of me. Is I can't remember where lighting is. That just really bothers me. Well, I should really make sure I import those TPM essentials. Yeah. I'm gonna need that later. I'll also import those just in case. Um, Under properties. Lighting. I think this is just because this is a newer one that I'm just not. Where art thou? Oh, he was like pulling teeth. I think I'll figure it out at some point. I need to check that later. But I haven't gotten this lost in a minute. Wait. It's definitely in the Unity editor.
Hold on, put you on speaker. Just got something. No, it wasn't. It wasn't an email or a text. I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, it's okay. But I am not gonna fuck my up.
I think I'm missing a package. Sound right. I don't think I'm missing a package. I just don't know why the lighting is not rendering. Let's go to package manager.
All right, somebody's calling me now. It's probably that same thing. Okay, thanks. All right, bye.
Package manager. There we go. Okay. Let's look for the stuff related to light. Oh, for the love of... Okay, I don't know what's going on with that. Well, I managed to break it. I gotta figure out where my book is because I have a specific book for this that is specifically for dealing with these types of issues. Okay, so let's say that I have a light. It's under rendering? Thing's not letting me grab it, so let's go here. Let's go to rendering. I think we got it. Okay, hold on. Okay,
Get my car.
all right. I do need that. I'm looking for. It's gonna be under rendering, so. It shouldn't be set manager, but I will install that in case I want to incorporate stuff from other projects. Okay. High definition render pipeline. If that doesn't fix the problem, I'm not entirely sure what it is. It could be post-processing. Nope, nope, that's filters. The skybox does exist. It's just a matter of skybox. I'm gonna have to figure out exactly why I can't seem to find the skybox issue. Is it shader graph or subgraph? We're gonna figure this out. Don't you worry, guys. I swear to it. I just gotta figure out what the hell is going on. So those are all multiplayer. That's not what I'm looking for right now. Magic Leap. Provides rendering and spatial mapping support. Okay, that's still not what I'm looking for. Somewhere within my problems. Image conversion collections. Editor quarantines. Probably need that at some point, but still not. So these are deployments. Dedicated server, collections, code coverage, cloud save, Cinemachine, spleens, image UI, character controller, CCD, posts and delivers. No. Could potentially be under the particle system, but no, not that one. 2D sprite, 2D tile mapping, 2D editor. We're still not quite able to solve that solution yet, and I'm not quite sure why, but it is what it is. Yeah, this has to be a newer version of. Yeah, this is a newer version, but because I'm looking at this and I know where it should be in my head, but I don't see it visually, and it's actually kind of stressing me out. What, blind? Am I stupid? What's going on here? This actually looks right here, I think. Nope, never mind. Thought we were cooking for a second. I thought we found the problem. It's like, how much you want to bet? What they did was they renamed it something or they moved it to somewhere else. So it's indirectly in a place where I'm just not accustomed to. And now I can't find it. Where the It's the light settings. This sky show up, but it says it's there. That doesn't fucking mean it's true. Um, okay, well, it's not in here. It really shouldn't be in here. Lighting. Oh, now it opens up. Shit. Well, damn. Okay, then. Perfect. Okay, so lighting, environment, and then skybox material. Oh my god. Oh my. Okay. We got this. So, let's try this in code. Let's try this in code. So, lighting lighting dot lighting settings dot no, it's not that. Interesting. I need to find exactly what that's called. What is the reference to lighting? I could try just going around that and going for environment, which wouldn't be a bad call. Let me see here. Maybe, maybe, just maybe that might fix it. Hold on. Let's see. Environment. Dot. Yeah, it's not the correct reference there. Skybox material. I might have to right click on it and try and get property path because it might just be that this is the problem here. Maybe let's copy the path and then, even though I know it's gonna break, let's go over here and just try copying the path again. So it's assets, materials, sky.mat. Okay. Let's go back over here. So let's figure out exactly what where you are. So you got lighting, environment, sky. So let's just do a generic placeholder from Google, I guess. For now. Generic random bullshit. Go. Maybe not. we're just gonna use you as a placeholder for now from the BBC. We're not actually going to keep this in here. So I'm just gonna make that download for, I guess. Um, we'll just put that in here, I guess. So let's select you. Let's close you down. Let's select your texture. It's gonna require sprite mapping. Hold on. Let's create a folder. G. This PC. Sprite. Or normal map. No. Map. No. We're gonna want it to be a 2D sprite, I think. Sprite editor. Yes. Oh, there it is. Okay, hold up. Go over here. Let's drag you, sprite editor. We're going to essentially make it so that's properly cropped. Now, if we go into materials, we click on sky. What exactly did I just do here? Oops. Sprite editor. Materials. Right here. Um, it's a good temporary selection, but that's not really going to work. See, it's not high enough for resolution. Yeah, it's really not going to work. It's really, really not going to work. But we can actually probably work with this at some point, I think. Okay. We might have to do something a little bit more custom because I don't like this. No offense, but it hurts the eyes. So let's just start with let's switch it back to that for now. Oh, that's cute. Anyways, okay, let's go into Illustrator. New. Okay. All right. See you in the street and I want to paint it. Bigger than you, and you are not me. The lengths that I would go to, distance in your eyes. Huh. I said tonight, said enough. Consider this, consider this, hint of century. Consider this. Never do it. How do I want to play this out? I'm gonna actually go up to about 0.25. 0.5 actually. gonna be tedious to get, but it might be better just to like that's not gonna be a good one. Blob brush, yeah. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that they made a wretch like me. Was lost, was blind, now I see. Was blind, but now I see. Are we not gonna? There we go. That'll be a test gradient for now. Because really what this is going to be is it's just going to be a background drop, and we're going to kind of put in more sophisticated stuff, if that makes sense. We're going to start there, and then we're going to kind of integrate this into the backdrop. Export for screens. What the? Alright. Go desktop. Let's go quick access. I don't think it exported actually. What? Am I out of space or something? Nah, I'm close, but not quite there. Okay, so let's shrink you down. Go over to space game. Go back over here. There. Okay. Export as PNG, JPEG. Let's call this space. Are we gonna work now? That's a solid maybe. Okay. Okay. We got it. Sprite. Pivot at center. Apply. Surprised Skybox isn't an option though, but I guess that's fine. Okay, so now we go into our materials folder, select the skybox, look for space. Ooh. Maybe not. Not a huge fan of that one. Yeah, it's not gonna work. Here. Let's do this instead. Sometimes the best way to just not deal with this is to basically Oh, that's lighting. Never mind. Make it a color, I guess. I'd rather just have a black box, honestly. Okay. And we're going to take that black box. And we're going to put it in here. I will not get stressed. No, I will not get stressed. What is going on with that? Why are you not showing up, Caster Labs? Oh, because it wasn't. That would do it. Okay. Really should keep that up. Okay. And oh my god, let's get that off of there. Functional ish. We still have to figure out the whole environment manager thingy, but like for now it's fine. I really don't care. I completely managed to lose my train of thought, which I didn't even realize was possible, considering we were relatively consistent on this. We're gonna basically take a public sprite smoke. Public sprite. Space fog. One step at a time. Okay, so create fog. Create I don't know what to call that. Solar highway. It's called solar wind. Okay. Okay, so this is going to be the solar wind. So solar wind is going to have a couple modifiers on it. Okay. If no, SW score modifier. Okay, so ooh, this is going to be frustrating. Okay, do I want it to be a sprite or an object? That's the question. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, so hold on. Solar wind dot add component box collider go. Later equals new box collider BC. Oh, wait a minute. That would do it. Try that again. Box collider BC equals BC equals new box collider equals. Okay, so BC equals solar wind get component box collider. Perfect. Okay. If BC mark BC dot transform dot scale equals okay, so here's what we're going to do here. We're basically going to say that int random number, random num equals random range. And then we're going to say that that random dot range is equal to 1, 2, 3. Okay. There we go. Okay, so if random random num equals 1, what? There we go. If random equals 1, okay, so then we're going to make this control X. We're going to actually make this there. Perfect. Okay. Wait, what? Equals new vector 3. So vector 3 medium equals new vector 3. This one, 2, 2, 2. And we're going to say that vector 3 large equals new vector 3, and we're going to make that 3, 3. Just for the sake of simplicity, that's going to be the idea here. Okay, now if okay, if random num 3, we're going to make that. Now we'll probably have to scale this up accordingly, but just for the sake of simplicity, this is how this is going to work. Control S. Okay, so that's going to create the solar wind. Now on the ship, there should be a. Actually, it's not really going to have anything to do with that one, but yeah. Okay, that'll do. You got a game plan here. Why have I not heard from him? Hold on, guys. Gotta get on a. Sorry about that, guys. I just had a quick phone call to make about my car. So, yeah, that happened. Perfect. I think that will work. Okay, now let's go over to prefabs. Okay, so we're just gonna let that load up, I guess. We're gonna bring that sprite in, I guess. Mm, So we're going to essentially add the sprite in. Oh, we're in the completely wrong lobby here. Oops, but it's fine. What is a wind zone? I'm genuinely curious. Okay, we're not gonna actually use that, but I was genuinely curious how what that was. Um, okay, so we need a sprite. Do I want that to be a sprite here? I think not. We're gonna design this in Blender, I think, because Blender just makes the most logical sense here. All right, so we're gonna go into Blender here. We're actually gonna save this. We're going to call this Corvette base dot blend, and then we're going to save that file. we're going to load a new file here. It's going to be a general for now. I'm going to delete all of this. So now we're going to begin the tedious process of what I can only describe as making essentially, it's going to be basically a UI sprite map, but it's going to be a 3D version of it because you kind of want it to be visually, what do you want to call it? If you were to visualize a path of progression, but have it be, if you were to visualize air, that's essentially what we're going to be doing here. So we're going to be basically making a glorified directional cloud that kind of symbolizes go here for speed, if that makes sense. And it's going to be very, very, very obscure in a way where you just kind of know to go through it, if that makes sense. But it doesn't actually, it's not actually physically there. So I got to try and figure out a way to kind of generate that in a way that makes sense to somebody who is in an environment where you're basically making a stream. Yeah, you're making a stream of water in a 3D environment. That's what I would call it. But it's going to be a 3D environment of gas, not a 3D environment of space or water. So we're going to add a cube here. This is going to be the primordial river, or metaphorically speaking. So we're going to go from object mode to edit mode. We're going to basically hit 3. We're going to select this edge here. Going to go here, and we're just going to start the tedious process of if this were a map, this would be where we kind of the environment we're operating in. So we're going to select all. I'm going to bring this here, and we're going to kind of connect on points. So now we're going to zoom in. Just going to select this side. We're going to go back here. We're going to zoom out. And we're just going to scale this out this way. Hit 2 here. We're just going to essentially select that there. It's going to bring that back. Okay. We screwed the pooch on that one. Give me a second here. Like that. And we're just going to drag this one back. And then we're going to essentially just select that face there. What did I just do? So we're going to go to surface edit mode, and then we're going to just select this face here. And go back over here, and then we're going to kind of extrude this out. So this one's going to be in the shape of more or less an hourglass. So then we're going to scale this one out here like that. And then we're going to go here. We're just going to kind of zoom in here. Back out again. And we're going to essentially make this our cute little runway here, which is responsible for our, we're going to call this essentially it's going to be the speedway. Oh shoot, hold on. We're going to redo here. Yes. Yes, I am. You know, rather than making that as square as I did, I should probably make that a little bit rounded, but it's fine. We're just going to scale this out to there at some point. Now we're going to zoom this out a little bit like that. We're going to select this side over here. I really should actually go back up here and zoom out. Something like that, yeah, that's perfect. We're going to extrude this one out there. To kind of take you up to there. I'm going to drag you up to here. And then we're going to drag you up to there. Okay, so now we go out like that. We zoom in and we select this edge here. And we go back out, zooming out again. And we extrude again. Huh. Hold up. Something ain't right here. Drag that inland. Drag that down. That's okay. So we're going to kind of do that there. There. Okay. Perfect. So now I'm going to kind of connect these little pieces here. So we're going to essentially take this edge here, this edge here, making sure I selected the correct edges there. And we're going to dissolve these edges, or that's not going to be the way we're going to want to do it, actually. See, we're actually going to want to do it by vertice. There we go. Oh, shoot. Okay, hold on. Then go down here. Okay, so now we've kind of got our semblance of what our sprites are going to be, right? So this is going to be the, we're going to call this the solar winds section of the map. So in here, you're going to have your actual spawn points, right? Well, actually, we're probably going to have our spawn points like out here, right? And then you're going to have your spawn points out here. And this is kind of going to funnel in with solar winds where you're kind of combating here. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to have little sections along these walls here where you just can't go. So probably be like, if this were the map, just for the sake of simplicity, let's just assume it is. Your solar winds are going to be this little runway right here. Your fighting for with energy weapons is primarily going to be centered in here, outside of the solar winds. Your kinetic weapons are going to take place primarily within the solar winds section, because it's going to give your being in the solar winds is going to give your kinetic weapons energy boosts, or I guess damage boosts, whereas being outside is going to give energy, is going to be kind of the inverse, if that makes sense, where you can kind of have like accuracy built into the whatever you want to call it. But now what we're going to do is, this is going to be like our exterior of the map, right? So we're going to actually scale this. Oops. We're going to hit A, and then we're going to scale this appropriately for your solar wind section, right? So you'll kind of see this here. I'm going to put a little cursor here. I think it's actually control right click. There we go. So we're going to put in the center at 0, 0, control right click. What did I just do? But we're going to basically center cursor. Shift right click. Not control right click. Okay. So now in the center here is going to essentially be your sun. So we're going to take object mode. So we're going to rename this the solar wind zone, I guess is what we're going to call that. And then we're going to add our, for lack of better terms, we're going to actually add a meta ball. We can either add a meta ball or a mesh UV sphere, and we're going to scale this puppy up. Because you're going to essentially be our sun right here. And this is going to be basically gravitational center, right? So there's going to be a little bit of a gravity well in here, which is going to be, if I were to draw it on a paper, you can kind of skim the gravity well to ramp into your gravitation. You're going to use the gravity to enter the solar winds here, essentially. So that's kind of the goal. So this is going to be basically your speed boost zone, where you enter here and kind of accelerate into your solar winds area. Or you can wrap around like this and continue through to unleash energy weapons within this zone. So at the end of the day, basically the goal is this is a PvP game where you're kind of utilizing, I guess, momentum to destroy the enemy, I guess, oversimplifying it. Now, this is where things get fun. So I'm going to go into object mode. I'm actually going to select this, and we're going to scale this on the, we're about, what, 45. So we're going to basically put this, yeah, we're going to scale 90 by 90 on the Y. Yeah, we didn't mean to do that. We definitely didn't mean to do that. Let's try that again. We're going to scale this by 2, essentially. So we're going to double the scale. Okay, sure. It's Control Shift Z for redo. Z. What a drag. Okay, let's just delete the sphere for now. We can deal with that later. Okay, so... Oh, because we're in object mode when we needed to be in... There we go. Couldn't see because I was out of perspective. So this is going to kind of be our playing field here. And I'm gonna go into object mode, edit mode. I'm just going to select everything, and now if I go and hit 2, that should thicken the edges, I think. Yeah, no, it won't. Okay. So we're going to go to the Y here, and we're going to essentially select these edges on this end, if that makes sense. But now if I pull these out, damn it. This is the Z. I want to go to the Y. So I want to select this one here, this one here, and I go back to the Z. I'm not sure why this is breaking, so give me a second here. Okay, so we're just gonna manually select these like this then, because I can't trust this thing to do its job. So you, add you. Now, over here, we're going to kind of go over to this side. We're going to add you, and we're going to add you. And then we're going to go back up to the Z. Yeah. So now I'm going to drag this out. Okay. And then we're going to do the same thing over here. So we're going to kind of go in here, and we're going to go boom, 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 boom. As long as I'm selecting the correct sides, that's all that matters. I'm not. I'm definitely not. I could tell immediately because if I'm looking at it from the top down version, I shouldn't be seeing it like that. Okay, so here's where things get interesting. Can I just kind of wait, what did I just do? There we go. Okay, I figured it out. All right, I was trying to figure out why this wasn't letting me do what I was trying to what I wanted it to do, and I was just kind of like extremely stupid here. Okay, so now we go here, now we go there, there, now we go there. Select that edge there. Move a little bit closer so I get that into view. Go here. Okay. Now back to the Z. Okay. Now we zoom in, and here's where things get a little bit fun because I'm very, very directionally challenged. Really should just set the cursor a little bit closer. Hello? Oh no. Oh crap. There we go. Okay, so we are in object mode. Let's switch back to edit mode. We are going to select this here. And we are going to select that there. Okay. Now we go back up to the Z. Which for reasons I don't quite understand, every single time we go back to the Z, shit fucking breaks. There we go. So we kind of widen that out so people will have space to kind of not get flung out, if that makes sense. So that should work there. Now we're going to do the same thing over here. Might just be that it doesn't like the way that I'm doing it, which is entirely possible. So there we go. Actually, that solved the problem. Now then, drag it till it's square. Perfect. We're cooking. All right. Okay, so now we need to make it thicker on the top. Because this is a 3D map, so we can't have this be just kind of set up like a racetrack, because this isn't a racetrack, so we're not going to pretend it is one. Problem is, I need to see the cursor. So I need to be close enough to get a lock on the cursor, I guess. It might actually be better to, yeah, this side. Perfect. Drag it up. Okay. Now then, go to object mode. So we've kind of got our, whatchamacallit, if that makes sense. We've got our zone. And rather than having a, hello? Okay. Now we're going to kind of just right there. Shift right click, shift right click, shift right click, shift right click. There. Add that mesh. UV sphere. And the scale should be 100 by 100 by 100. Okay. So we've kind of got the positioning proper here, if you can kind of see. So this is going to kind of be the referred to as the sun for the sake of simplicity. So these are where like our ships are going to kind of swing themselves, if that makes sense, into a game. Now, I do want to kind of click on this one here and do want to kind of scale it along the X a little bit because it should be a little bit longer, I think. So we're going to do a 2-2. Just double check that we're just kind of, what did we do here? Oh yeah, it's this one is, we're thinking global here, so this is gonna actually be, no, let's see, yes, it's gonna be the X actually, so 2. No. Edit mode. There. Okay. So now we're going to hit A again, and we're going to kind of bring this out a little bit, just a smidge, just a smidge. Because I don't like exactly, there we go. Huh. You know, I was kind of thinking about this just now. Yeah. So I was kind of thinking, instead of doing it like that, we could have it be kind of like that, if that makes sense. Huh. Something new today. Something like that is fine, but it's still weird. And then we'll just kind of straighten that out like that. There. So you got your energy zones, which are going to be your high points of in your kinetics. Okay, so we're just going to select all of this now. We're going to start looking for modifiers. Add a particle system? Okay. That would be settings are inside the particles tab. Perfect. Yes. Okay. It's going to have to wait, though. Textures. Okay. Got it. Now, this is actually kind of an area outside of my expertise. So we're going to probably hold off on this. But what I am going to do is I am going to set this up as a where are our modifiers? We're actually going to remove this modifier here. going to do is we're going to oops. Even fluid. Um, no. What am I looking for here? Hmm. We're gonna do this though. Let's see here. We're gonna go into, I think it's texture and painting. Yeah. No. Object mode, edit mode. Geometry nodes. Here we go. Okay, so let's zoom out here. Just go to the top. This is going to add. So we're gonna actually remove these because we're not actually looking for a geometry node, even though it says that. Basically looking for shader editor or texture node actually. Add input. Nope, I think it was shader. It was shader. Okay, hold on a second, guys. All right, so we're gonna go in here. We're gonna actually, where'd it go? First you want it closed, now you want it opened. Yeah. Okay. Now, where was I? For this. There we go. Okay. Principal BS BFD. Um, and then I need a texture, not necessarily texture. What I'm looking for is the one that makes it. There should be a opaqueness setting. Where is the opaqueness setting? Layer weight, object info. That wasn't what I was looking for. Hmm. Well, regardless. So the surface level is not really what we're going to be doing here, but let's say that this is going to be sort of a tinge of gray. So we're going to make it gray. Which I guess we're going to do. Let's actually look this up. So if I go to here, it'd be milky gray. Something like that. Okay, so hold on a second, guys. We're gonna go back to Blender. We're gonna copy this first. Let's see. Blender, add color. Mix color. The result's gonna spill into there. Let's add a it's actually going to be a add a color. Actually, it might be this. I'm not quite sure here. Yeah, it was. Okay. Perfect. So we're going to kind of plug this one in there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add another color group. RGB. We're going to plug this one into there. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take the hex code. We're just going to and then what we're going to do is we are going to find that other hex code of white, and we are going to essentially copy you. We're going to go back into Blender over here. We're going to go down into this hex group. And we're going to take you. Wait. That's not right. Second, gentlemen. Ladies. F1, F1, F. Lowercase. sorry, I'm gonna drag this out onto another screen. I apologize. So it's gonna be F1, F1, F1. Okay. All right. So we got our two grays here. That's gonna be kind of mixed. Actually, I'm not sure if I want that to be mixed. What I think I really want is, let's remove this here. We're going to essentially apply that to a more of a texture. Here's going to be the fun part. So I can't see. Why can't I see? Oh, I can't see you because you don't have a texture right now. Which makes complete and total sense if you think about it. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a, wait, I should probably apply this texture first. New. No, not texture, material. I'm going to assign this as material 1 here. And then what we're going to do is we are going to take a Voronoi. We're either going to use a wave or we'll try wave first. Wait. Ooh. Because we don't have what we need first. Will that break it? I don't know. Nope, that's not gonna work. Give me a second. Add texture. This is wrong. I just don't know why. Plug this into here. Can I also plug this into there? No. Hold on. Just place the surface along the normal map. No, it's not going to be a mapping vector. Oh, okay, hold on. Delete that. Gotcha. So let's say that this is right. Then that should allow for, if I were to go into, oh, because I'm in the wrong one. Let's try this again. Composite rendering animation, making sure that this is actually applying the texture appropriately, because I do not trust in the slightest. So if I make this green, okay, so yeah, if I make it green, it will be green. Wait, this might have been the solution all along. Give me a second here. So let's take this principle B. Yes, we're gonna make this one blue. We're going to add a, we're going to essentially add a noise texture, and we're just going to plug that into here. Fuck, I broke it. So let's say that the surface is going to be blue, right? Now, I want a normal texture to be sort of like that, to kind of have streaks, right? So we're going to kind of operate in the realm of something along that line, right? But then here's the thing. We're going to take this gray texture, and we're going to kind of undo that. We're going to actually take you off. I do like where this is going, but what I need is a mixer. So we're gonna add a mix shader. I think that'll work. So we're going to take that shader, and then we're going to take a wave shader. We're going to plug those into there, plug that into there, and I broke it. Just a simple mix. Just a simple mix. Yeah, just a simple mix. No, no, that doesn't work. Okay. So let's actually remove this. Let's figure out why this is essentially doing what it's doing here. So if you see that there, you can kind of see that this is Interesting. So we're gonna take that noise format. Just gonna. Okay, so I like the way this looks. I really like the way this looks. I can't seem to figure out what the heck is going on here though. But modeling view, shading view. I'm in the clouds. Render view, animation view. I should just go into here and let's just do this. Let's do this though. So let's say that this is our color, right? If I put the wave, what does that do? Something broke here. I'm not quite sure what, but something broke here. Good to know. No, it's fine. Never mind. Okay. So it looks like that doesn't actually do anything here. So it's not really a viable option for texture painting. I mean, for shading here. Give me the shader. Give me the shader. There we go. So wave just doesn't do anything here. And then it looks like since wave isn't really going to cut it, we're going to actually use the color factor here to kind of make that cloud. But I kind of want to mix a little bit of noise in there. Not noise. So we're going to kind of take a mix here. So we're going to take a mix. Not the factor. I'm going to take the mix. You and you. Not you. I don't even know why I'm still using you. I'm gonna add a. We're gonna add that. I don't know if it would be magic or something else, but we're gonna basically do this. We're going to mix this into this, and then we're gonna add it to this. Now that's either going to do something beautiful or something useless. And it looks like it was useless. So wait. I might be able to do something even better here. So let's take this mix and we're gonna mix you and I guess a little bit of hue. I wanted a little bit of shade of pink mixed in there. But what we're going to do is we're going to mix this result with a noise factor. Because what we're actually trying to do here is we're trying to mix this vector into color. And does that break? Huh. I guess that doesn't work. Ooh, I like that. Hold on, give me a second here. Yeah, I like that. But let's make it a little bit more sophisticated. Making that more pronounced towards green and that more pronounced towards there. And what I'm going to do is we're going to distort a little bit. F factor of 5. Okay. Here's more or less my problem here. I think that is like improperly done, and I can't really say with any level of certainty, honestly. But okay, so that material, by having mixes of red and I would love to take this texture and turn it into a skybox, but not with the colors. I don't like the colors. Hold up. We're going to do something completely different here. I apologize because I actually didn't even think of this as an option. So we're gonna do a gonna do is we're gonna save this for now. Actually, we're just gonna purge all of this and then we're gonna save it. Delete this. Okay. Now here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna save this. because I'm still not quite finished with this here. But this is going to be TDM map 1. Yeah, TDM map 1. And we're going to essentially generate a new file here. I wanted to kind of generate a texture. Save. So we're essentially just going to generate our general map here. Layout. And we're going to add a plane. Delete the rest of this. Okay, this is all AFU right now. Add mesh plane. Don't save. Open up Blender. Please work properly this time. There we go. Jesus. Okay, so now we're going to add a plane, mesh, plane. Just going to kind of no, it's not actually going to be that. It's going to be this one, 2 and 2. We're just going to look at it from the z-axis. We're going to go into texture, shading, looking at it from the z-axis. All right. Add color. Nope. Add output, material output, add RGB point of reference. I'm gonna make it green, mix it green. Input of RGB, make it red. Input of colored RGB, make it pink. Add a RGB, make it blue. Okay. Now, here's where things get interesting. So we're going to kind of shrink these down here to make these small so I can compact. Okay, so we're just going to add a mixer converter mix. Have this mix here and this mix here. We're gonna add a mixer again. Slide these out, slide these out. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add a texture, noise texture for the factor. Okay. Shrink that puppy down. Add a noise texture again. Drag that in there, shrink that puppy down. Add B, principal BC, BS there. Add a principled and then what we're going to do is we're going to add again a mix shader. Plug you in there, plug you in there. What? Okay, sure. Please. Mix. I think it's going to be this one. Add a factor of noise. Shrink that puppy down. Add that puppy in there. Huh. Oh, that's why. Color, color. Now. Okay. Delete, delete. Let's add a mix again and then add a noise texture. I wonder if this will even work. Add the factor there, remove the factor there, remove that, delete that, delete that, apply. First, let's remove the noise texture and see exactly what that produces. Ironically, it produces nothing. Huh. Okay. Now let's do this. Texture, I think it's going to be Vernoid. That was unintentional. Oops. That can make polka dots. Wait, that can make polka dots? Okay, then let's do this first. Okay, so then maybe make that the bottom texture, make that the top texture. Oh, no, you go there, you go there. Okay. So now I can kind of do that. You can kind of one-dimensional, four-dimensional. Can huh. Two. That's smooth. Distance to edge. No. Let's delete the Verneuil for now. It's not really working. Give me a second here. What is the sky texture? I am genuinely curious. It's not going to work either. Oops. That's not what we needed here. Okay. That hurt. Okay, that hurts. Wait, wait. Viable? Maybe. See, if I were to put that into the, let's say, volume side of things, or the, I guess it wouldn't be the volume, it would be the mapping. So that would be the, instead of the base color, if I were to put that into normal map, I think that would possibly work. And then if I were to add, like, let's say, add this to the base color here. Okay, yeah, we're gonna need mapping tools for this. Hold on, give me a second. Add mapping. Oops, wrong type of mapping. Add bump. Okay. Now here's the real question. If I were to apply this to a material output of... No, I think this is where I need to apply a mixer, actually. Mix... Mix shader. So that's going to be your base map. And then if I utilize that with I utilize a magic texture with a let's add a noise texture on top of that. Should create something a little bit more fuzzy. Yes. Okay. Now here comes the interesting part. If I take a principled BD, basically a shader, right? Now what I want to do is I want to take a mixture of multiple colors and so this is where it's going to get a little bit complex, I think, because essentially I'm going to take multiple colors and rather than trying to directly mix them, I'm going to manually do it like this. That's what I'm thinking here. So let's do the, oops. That, and so we're gonna take this principal BDSF, ESDF. We're gonna plug the U. We're gonna take a pink, right? So you're gonna be pink. You're going to be blue. Okay. Add a shader. Wait. Transparent VSDF. Hold on. I didn't even know that was an option. Let's remove you. So zoom in here. We're going to remove this. We're going to put a... We're going to try this out and see what this does, but I'm not entirely sure. We don't want transparent. We want translucent, if that makes sense. So we're going to take this, and then we're going to take this, and we're going to try see what it does. It's not responding. I think we broke it. I think we broke it. It is what it is. But we gonna find out real quick whether that is functional or whether that is broken. But I do not know. Either systematically broke it or systematically fixed it. Ooh. Okay, so we've created pink clouds. Now, I've somehow managed to create pink clouds. Which, to be honest with you, I didn't even know was possible. So we've made pink clouds now. This is already a success. So now I just need to figure out a way to make it swirl. And if we can make it swirl instead of doing what it's doing here, I might be able to apply this to that other whatchamathingy. The other, like the road, and make it so it's I need that to swirl. I'm not sure how I'm gonna make that swirl. Or like layers. Hold on, can I make this a layered thing? Maybe. Let's just check my might be possible. It might be. Let's see what we can do. It's gonna have to be something in like a shader of sorts. Subsurface scattering, so scatter, and typically used for materials such as skin, wax, or marble. Wait, or milk? It's gonna have the texture of milk. I'm just not sure. See, we're basically trying to make fog here, if this makes sense. So because we're essentially trying to make fog, and it's essentially trying to be layered fog, the problem that I'm essentially running into is um, it's similar to fluid in this particular case. So shoot, my bad. If this is gonna have the physics of, like, let's say fluid, right? And we add fluid physics to make it operate more like smoke. The problem that I'm essentially running into is I want this to operate like fluid, but I need it to operate like smoke. But if I were to, let's say, apply this to a particle physics, right? If I were to apply this to a particle, and this was to essentially be the smoke generator, it's the smoke physics, right? Then I might have to apply this in the engine itself, and that might be the problem. So let's go back to the game here. Let's add a particle system, I think. Wait, that could work. That could theoretically work. Because basically what we're doing is we're basically... I think this might work. So let's make the radius 0.5 instead of... Let's see. Spread. I want to spread it 100. Yes. Perfect. Let's go. So that's going to control the spread. It's going to be more like that. And then we're going to be... Yes, we're doing it. We're doing it. I think this is going to work. So let's basically convert this into essentially a 2D sprite, because we want this to be essentially a 2D sprite on Blender. So what we're actually going to do is we're going to convert this into a sprite. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to Is there an option for sprites? If that makes sense? I kind of want to wait a texture. All right, we're gonna have to sort this out because we're working with something here. We're cooking. We're cooking. I've kind of made pink smoke that if I can figure out how to apply this, but the question is how do I apply it? Well, when in doubt, export it. Blender keeps crashing and not responding. Let me just make sure I'm not eating up a ton of resources here. 4 on memory. Only 46 on. Okay, we're fine. So we're gonna go over here. We need to export this as a I wish I could export this as a PDF because if I could export this as a PDF, that would work wonders. But let's try exporting it as an OBJ and hope I don't break anything because I might. Can I export it as a sprite map? Or as better yet, can I export it as a light map? Because if I can export it as a light map, I might be able to. Well, it wouldn't be a light map because it's flat. But maybe, just maybe, I might be able to. Maybe be a FBX file. So let's say that I wanted to convert something to a sprite. And I had a 2D asset. Like, let's say that I were to take a square sprite. Can I apply a plane to it? The better way I would need to do this is I would need to make a plane first. 3D plane. On this plane, can I apply to this plane? The logistics of this is frustrating, but I think this might work. if I can, I might be able to cheese this. So I go to sky, for example. And this is already set up to be a sprite map. Do I see it in here? No, it looks like plain was not an option, but I might be able to use it as a slow light map. Yeah, let's try converting it into a light map and see if that works. I'm like 95% sure making it a light map won't work, but I'm gonna go OBJ. We're going to essentially take these and we're going to treat this as a sprite. So I don't need the actual like geometry UV coordinates and modifiers. I just want the material. Cancel. That's too good. Hold on, that's too good. Let's see here. I should have read it first. I should have read it, memorized it. Let's go back to OPJ. So the term was PBR. So PBR. Is there a PBR option here? Nope. 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 I might be able to mimic this though. Hold on. So let's create a material. Let's create a material. We're going to call this sprite. Pink fog. Okay, so we're going to create this, call this pink fog. This shader is essentially going to be a particle. But it's going to be a standard particle surface, I guess. Now, what I'm going to essentially do is I want the might not have been what I wanted. All right, we might have to get back to this. It is 6. I have been online for 5.5 hours, or 5 hours and 18 minutes at this point. Um, I'm gonna make a more solidified plan instead of just screwing around in here and seeing exactly how we can make this work. We're not doing this efficiently right now, and I recognize that. So when we come back tomorrow, we are going to properly do this, and we're going to properly start building this game. Because I apparently got sidetracked somewhere along the, what, 1 or 2 hour mark, and I didn't do it properly. So, we had a game plan, we didn't follow it. Because we didn't follow it, we're gonna have to start this all over again. Not in its entirety, but like there is gonna be some setbacks here. Like I'm gonna have to delete a couple things here before I go. Um, Now that being said, I will be doing a video game stream now because it's 6 o'clock. I like to play video games in the afternoon, so I'm gonna be reloading my streams. Thank you for watching. We'll start doing this properly tomorrow. I do have to figure out a couple things anyways. Ciao for now, gents and ladies. End screen.